Hey, welcome back to Digs on Twitch. Back today with a Legacy Death and Taxes League. We did one last night, which you can find on my YouTube channel. There should be a link below if you're on Twitch. If not, welcome to YouTube. If you do like my content, subscribe. It's free. I usually put out new content at least once a week, usually twice. A lot of it is Maverick content, but I do like other fair decks, so if you do want to have some more, you should try it there. Hey Rob Fighting, welcome. I should try out Yuri on Taxes. I was going to run this list for one more session just to see if we can improve on the result from last night, and then hopefully get a Yuri on stream in as well, because that deck does look pretty fun. You do lose the percentages of a turn 1 Vial, but I think otherwise the way the deck ports to 80 cards does pretty well with keeping up on consistency of finding removal. And other things like playing your the full 4 recruiters really helps as well. I didn't make any changes to the main deck for this list. Actually, I did. I apologize. So let's go to the sideboard. I actually took out one Gideon for a Cataclysm. I think Cataclysm is a pretty great way to go after some of the snow decks at the moment. I was trying to think of ways to really hate out on these basic land decks. And Armageddon is a thing in some of the Maverick decks when you're playing like Ramanap or Knight to kind of get back into it. But Cataclysm, obviously in this deck, is pretty nice. And I think Cataclysm is has only gotten greater with the inclusion of Spirited Labyrinth, because it's an enchantment that you can keep around with Cataclysm, where otherwise you probably didn't have anything. Unless you're maybe bringing in Rest in Peace, but I don't think so. So I just wanted to try that out. I did like the second Gideon because there is a small amount of Plague Engineer around. I did want a 4-mana impactful threat, so it was kind of between Gideon and Felidar Retreat, but I don't like that Felidar Retreat relies on other cards being lands to actually do anything. I like that Gideon comes down, creates threats, can be a pretty big threat itself, and also the +1/+1 can put you in front of something like a Plague Engineer, although usually Gideon isn't going to save you from Plague because Plague's probably happened before you get the Gideon emblem. The other small interaction is that you get to make Gideon a creature with the +1, which means you can save it through a Cataclysm, which is pretty interesting. But I think that if you've got a Gideon playing your Cataclysming, you're probably in a great position anyway. But I do like that Gideon comes in against some of the creature matchups where I'm probably not so great on Cataclysm. But I've always been a massive fan of Gideon. The 2/2s don't line up too well in a kind of X3 format, but I still think that Gideon generates enough of value to be considered as a card. Skyclave was the other card, so I didn't have really anything to bring in against some of the decks we played in the last stream, especially Post. And I think Apparition just gives us a little bit more time against Post, because I found that Sorcerer's Spyglass was pretty huge. It really stopped us from being able to wasteland and port our opponent and gave them heaps of time. So I do want another one for the Apparition. Yeah, the snow matchup's interesting. I think that Death and Taxes has a little bit more value than Maverick, which I definitely have more time with against snow. One of the big issues for Maverick is that although traditionally it grinds really well, Snow's just come out with all these 2-for-1s like Ice Fang, Oko, Uro, that a lot of the time you're just not keeping up with it. So by the time you're down to 0 cards, your opponent probably has at least 3 or 4 cards in hand. So at least with D&T you have some 2-for-1s in things like Skyclave, Stoneforge Mystic, Recruiter of the Guard, so you can keep up on value a little bit. I think the issue is that combat damage is your main source of winning, especially beating Oko as well. Skyclave seems really good against Snow because it's kind of a new answer to Oko outside of just revokering it or dealing with it through combat damage. So I do like Skyclave being kind of like main deck O-rings. Skyclave also just being able to deal with Uro is pretty nice. We do have the 4 swords and some soft removal in Caracas, but I think the Skyclave is just a really nice threat for that. So yeah, I think I think the D&T and Maverick have got a little bit better because I feel like you had the classic Plague Engineer is printed, Plague Engineer is being played immensely. The decks that are being hit by Plague Engineer see a decrease, therefore Plague isn't as great, so it also sees a decrease. And it's been sort of jolting back and forth for a while. And I think we're at a point where there's a few tribal decks that are doing well, and Plague's kind of in the meta, but it's not as big as it used to be, so I'm pretty happy with that. Yeah, second cat is really interesting because I probably want to see it a lot more than the amount of times I would see it with just the one. And I have made some changes for it, like I am playing Flagstones over the second canopy. I kind of wanted to play an extra planes, but I do like the number 10, so I kind of just kept it like that. And there was consideration to actually go up to 24 lands if I am playing Cataclysm. So I kind of like Flagstones there because in a way it allows me to cut a land, but gives me some amount of value through a Cataclysm. So I think, yeah, seeing that we played Gideon last night and it did okay, I might as well go with double Cataclysm this league and see how it goes. So I'm pretty happy with that. Otherwise, I'm pretty happy with the combo hate in Mindbreak Trap and Deafening Silence, and then just some sort of broken up pieces of Graveyard Hate in Containment Piece, Rest in Peace, and Surgical Extraction. Obviously, this can come in against multiple decks, which is nice. It's not all just straight Graveyard decks like maybe Leyland the Void might be. I was thinking about Fairy Macabre, but I think it's just a little bit too slow. Even though it's a great recruiter target to find instant speed Graveyard Hate, I do think it's a bit too slow. So, hey Lernan, let's get straight into a league and see how it goes, because one thing I do have to work on is not talking too much through the leagues with D&T, because it is a pretty grindy deck. So hopefully we don't nearly time out like last night. We did have a few close matchups, and time was definitely a consideration. But yeah, luckily had some pretty sweet matches last night up against MTG Taker. It's an interesting hand. So we have a few plays in Port and Spirit, but I'm not too sure if that's going to be good enough. This hand is really missing like a good turn one. I mean, with a Vial, this hand is pretty insane because you could do a turn one Vial into turn two Port into Wasteland perhaps, holding up Spirit off the Vial. So what's the plan here? Plains pass, Port, Spirit pass? I could even go Plains pass, Wasteland, Spirit, Caracas, Flicker Wisp, flicker the Wasteland, and then Wasteland my opponent in the same turn. The issue is that this hand isn't that great against many decks. Without the Vials, the Ports are obviously a lot worse, so I'm going to mulligan this. I'm going to mulligan a little bit aggressively. This is a one-lander, but I think it's really nice, especially with the curve, so I'm going to keep this and bottom the second Recruiter. And hopefully... these are hands that typically I don't keep. I'm not a big fan of one-landers, but Vial does make it a little bit better, and definitely a Vial that's stuck. I mean, drawing a land off the top is pretty high, and being able to cast like a turn 2 Thalia is pretty sweet. Just a Swamp is interesting. It does look to be Snow. So Tundra, Swamp, Ponder. I kind of think of Doomsday here, but it could also be some sort of 4-color Snowco deck that is just also running Tundra. Definitely tick this up. Wasteland, okay. Well, that's actually pretty nice. Let's see what they do with this Ponder. Because I'm kind of keen just to go Wasteland here and also Thalia. I've seen Esper Vial play a Ponder before, but I feel like they would have more of a better turn 1 or 2 than what they've had here. They chose not to shuffle with the Ponder. Pretty happy just to put in Thalia on my turn. And pass. Yeah, I definitely wouldn't call Ponder like a top consideration for the deck. I'm going to keep this at 2 for now, especially with Karakas around. That's actually pretty nice. I think the Mum here is better than keeping up the Karakas. So I am going to cast the Mum. They're going to force it. Pitching Leovold. Okay, so this looks to be some sort of 4-color control, which is pretty nice for us with Spirit in the works here. If they go land and hold up Brainstorm, then we're doing pretty well. Hey Lynn Chalice, welcome. Congrats on your finished last challenge. This could just be Abrupt Decay. Assassin's Trophy, that's gonna be fine. That's actually interesting, because now we have the second land for this to resolve, put in Stoneforge, and find Batterskull. I think that's better than playing Spirit here. Because the best case is that we find a third land to hold up Karakas as well. Swords. I'm not going to play around like Vendilion Click, I'm just going to pass here. Batterskull also means we have a great answer to Oko. Ice Fang, that's fine. They don't have Death Touch yet, which is very relevant. The land is pretty great. I think here I'm happy just to attack with all. Now it's an interesting one. They're down to 7 cards. They're down to 7 as well. I kind of like playing the Spirit, but I also don't want to overcommit into something like Dead of Winter, which here isn't that scary because there's only 2 snow permanents in play. I'm probably not scared of Supreme Verdict or Terminus, of course, so maybe there's no reason not to go with Spirit here. I can only assume a Brainstorm is in the midst. Yeah, no white mana for our opponent, which is nice, so definitely turns off the most. And losing an Uro there for my opponent is really good. So I'm pretty happy with that trade. That also puts lethal on the board with Skyclave. Even if the Batterskull becomes a 3/3, we have a pretty nice way to deal with this Ice Fang. Another Ice Fang's okay. I'm not too scared of Dead of Winter just yet, which is nice. Another Plains. 3 cards in my opponent's hand. So they don't have Death Touch just yet, and they can't cast another Ice Fang, so I probably just don't mind just attacking here with all 3. This is an interesting spot. I'm probably happy just playing the Recruiter and finding something like Flicker Wisp and keeping the Skyclave for my turn. I could also hold up the mana for Batterskull to return it, but I think that this is fine because it makes my opponent need more than just another blocker. Could also get a Mum, but I think holding up Karakas is better for Thalia in case they do have something like Dead of Winter. But it's definitely an interesting point because if they Dead of Winter, they keep the Ice Fang, but we have the Skyclave for the Ice Fang. We can even Swords the Ice Fang, put him to 4, then swing for 4 with the Batterskull. It might even just be a second recruiter at this point, because I'm not too sure what I want. I feel that Skyclave fills the role of most of the things that I want, so I think just having a second way to actually tutor for anything necessary is pretty good. Uro is fine. They do gain some life. So they've already gone through one Ice Fang. Yeah, okay, they just didn't have anything. Interesting. So 3 cards left. We can untap. If we draw a land, we can Skyclave and Swords if needed. If one doesn't resolve, so pretty happy with that. This is going to be an interesting matchup. I definitely like these 3 cards. But what don't I like? I think Revoker is probably okay, but most of the things that I want to answer are going to be Skyclave targets anyway. I'm probably going to be seeing something like Oko and Jace as potential Revoker targets. Maybe that's not enough. Cataclysm go Boon. Hey Jack, what do you think about the, this looks like a 4-color kind of matchup. I do like the 4 swords, but I'm not sure if I want all of them, especially with the 4th Skyclave coming in. I think that I could easily trade a Skyclave out of the board for a swords, even though it's kind of necessary to have it for Uro. You cut down on all swords? I guess I'm only really bringing in... Is Rest in Peace worth it just against Uro? I mean, if I'm only bringing in the 2 Cataclysms, maybe it's just correct to keep the Revoker and 2 swords. That's 61 actually, because we brought in the other Skyclave. Yeah, maybe something like this is fine. So hopefully the games go long. So I am looking to make most of my creatures threats, so I do like keeping in the full Stoneforge Mystic package. Prelate can be pretty good. Prelate on 3 stops things like Dead of Winter, Oko. I'll see how this plays out. There is potential to want the extra swords, but I'm pretty happy with the extra Skyclave to take it up to 4. It does increase our CMC pretty high because we bring in the Skyclave and 2 Cataclysms. This is a fine hand. I don't think I'd ever throw this back. Obviously doesn't have Vial, but I still think this is fine. Yeah, it's really interesting. Once you take away Uro, a lot of these decks don't have great ways to win. Oko can be pretty quick, but when your deck's relying on Oko and Ice Fangs to get through damage, it can be pretty tough if your opponent has also stifled the ability of Oko. Ponder chose not to shuffle. Come on, 8th Vial. Another land's actually not the worst either. I don't believe we actually saw white, so this could still just be a bug control deck. Sylvan Library's pretty good. I think here it's just going to be plains into Thalia, and then if that resolves, we can Skyclave next turn on the Sylvan Library, which is nice. Skyclave is fast becoming my favorite card, especially in green-white Maverick, as a way to actually cast it on turn 2 through a Noble Hierarch or another Magno Accelerant is pretty good. I wasted Tundra? There we go. Nice. Yes, thank you. I'm lucky I got you, Chase. That's fair. That's probably a good reason to keep in the swords as well. They have 5 cards. I don't mind just going Skyclave on Sylvan Library because I really want them to stop drawing cards here. So I think I'm okay showing the Wasteland. They've already got to Trop out. It's not like they're not going to go for anything else. Nice. That's a pretty big win. They did already get a card off it, which I definitely like. I think you should always try to get at least one card off your first activation with Sylvan Library, just in case your opponent does deal with it the following turn. No attack from the Plague either, that's really interesting. What do I want to do here? I think it's definitely waste on Underground Sea, Swords, Plague Engineer, and then play a Stoneforge Mystic. I'm going to start with the Swords. I don't think there's a reason to Wasteland first. Yeah, I think I would definitely go after the Trop as well. Because it makes that Uro just a little bit harder to cast. Gonna get Batterskull here. It just puts a real target on the Stoneforge Mystic, and I have 2 more Stoneforge Mystics to actually put it in through, so pretty happy with that. Dead of Winter's gonna be okay. If we draw a land here, we can double Stoneforge. I think that's better than just the 1, even though I don't find a piece here. Because now it means that Batterskull has 2 opportunities to come in next turn. I don't think my opponent's on daze, and I think because of the way they played in game 1, they're pretty mana hungry, so I wouldn't really hate it if they did go behind. Alright. Land, alright. I guess we just go for Batterskull here. Oko's pretty good, but not the best because we have the sword to equip. So they need another way to deal with this. So we'll see what they do. I guess either way, the sword makes this a 6/6 or it makes it a 3/3, so yeah. Ooh. That's pretty interesting. I think Sword Equip is better here than the Cataclysm. After the Cataclysm, I don't really have anything, so... The question is, do I want to kill the Oko or go after them and draw a card because of the Cataclysm in hand? I kind of feel like I want to go at them and then allow the Cataclysm to deal with the Oko. But if they're going to get Uro online next turn, that's a bit of an issue. We do have the Caracas, but... yeah, maybe they'll go after the sword. But then they're down to 6. They have a green source, they get Uro. I think it is best just to try to deal with the Oko here, hopefully. Okay. Just to play what's in front of me, I think it's a little bit safer. They didn't go for another green source, which is interesting. Okay. File. That's pretty nice. Maybe the vial isn't necessary because of the Cataclysm. Yeah, I don't think I'm going to cast Cataclysm this turn though. I think I'm going to wait a turn. I don't think I want to play the Jit either. Yeah, I think I was just a little bit too aggressive with the vial there and should have just held it. Because at least now I can port my opponent off their only green source. Hull Breacher. Okay. Yeah, there's no reason to vial before Cataclysm at all. I should have just thought about the amount of artifacts that I had in play. Prelate's actually pretty interesting. I think it's going to be Prelate on 1. Prelate on 1 seems best if I can get this Cataclysm to resolve and then stop them from actually digging. The question is Port better than Equip? And I think Equip's just a little bit better, especially in case they're playing Jace. But if they play Jace, I probably don't really care because of the Cataclysm. I think it's a case of just wanting to keep the Prelate in play for now. Because even if they use the green source as a second green source for the Uro, I can return the Uro to their hand and then Cataclysm. I like Equip. It also means the Hull Breacher can't attack unless they have an answer for the sword. Ice Thing is okay. Should have activated Val there. There's no reason not to. Okay. Now I'm in an interesting spot where I think I could nearly take over the game with Jide. Maybe I don't even need the Cataclysm. Yeah, I'm just going to go all in on this Jide. So I'm going to use the Wasteland here. They do get mana because of the Hull Breacher here, but I think that's okay. I am still going to kill 4, 11, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. I guess I can kill them next turn if they fetch, but I think just taking them off the Hull Breach is better. Because it also means I can draw the following turn. Definitely going after the green source here. Two, 4, 6, 8, 10. Nothing, wow. I'm going to activate this to see if they have anything. If they have like a Containment Priest, then they might put it in. I think in the blind I'm going to put this to 3 as well, because it's just a little bit better. Something like Flicker Wisp or Skyclave is just so much better at instant speed. Decay on the sword. That's gonna be okay. I can't do anything there. This is now gonna go up to 3. Alright. Neg on this. Attack with Prelate. No blocks, that's pretty big. am going to play the Mum. Probably take out their white source, but I'm not too sure what I'm scared of for white. Teferi Bounce isn't the worst. If I can take them off a color, I'm very happy to. I don't think red is the color that I'm really scared of. Interesting. I'm sure there were little things there I could definitely work on, but always nice to get the win. And there it seemed like D&T, I mean, based on that one game, D&T grinded pretty well. Can't be too unhappy with that. But maybe there was a position where I should have used that Cataclysm a little bit earlier. Yeah, maybe it's... I guess I was a little bit afraid of Cataclysming and then they have an answer for the one creature that I have, like Decaying Response or something. But yeah, thankfully it was okay. Yeah, Vial should have probably stayed in the hand. I think the only reason to play the Vial is that I have a setup where I'm not casting the Cataclysm, and at that point I didn't, so... Always something to learn for every game you play Magic, which is probably the best part about the game. Up against your cat. And this is a pretty good hand. Obviously quite good against something like Delver. But, you know, a turn 1 Vial off of Plains into a turn 2 Thalia, I'm always going to be keeping these. Mox Diamond, okay. Lands, perhaps? Oh, there's Flagstones. Library, okay, that's a pretty good start for my opponent. Yeah, these are always really interesting matchups, which I really enjoy. I mean, even something like Flicker Wisp on Mox Diamond can sometimes be just the correct play. I'm going to assume this is going to be green-white Reclaimer. I think, yeah. Good to see my opponent take the free card there. Okay, this can be lands. Even funner. I think lands and D&T is probably my favorite matchup of all time. I could play this matchup all day and just be really excited about it. There's no good Wasteland targets. I don't want to show this yet, so I think it's just going to be a Thalia and pass. We also have multiple ways to deal with the actual combos, so no reason to be aggressive with that. Valakut Exploration, a pretty cool card, so whenever a land enters the battlefield under your control, exile the top card of your library. You may play that card for as long as it remains exiled, and at the beginning of your end step, if there are cards exiled with Exploration, put them into your owner's graveyard, then it deals damage to each opponent for that many. The start is definitely very scary, but they're also being pretty hasty with these plays. I mean, a Swords and a Thalia is more than fine. If we draw into another Thalia here, it just turns it on, which is great. Mum. Interesting. This is turn 3. So they missed a land drop, but they drew cards at the library. I kind of want to save the Wasteland here. Worst case is that they untap play a land, Wasteland me, and then allow Mox Diamond to copy like a plane. So I think that maybe it's better just to go either after the Thespian stage here or the Wasteland, which also plays around crop rotation. But I don't want to waste it. I'm definitely playing Mum. And I think I'm just passing here. I don't really want to show the Wasteland yet. Yeah, maybe just giving some respect to Death and Taxes as a pretty aggressive deck. And if you go too low with Library and don't find something like Punishing Fire, it can be a little bit rough. I could have flickered the Mox. That's actually a great play. Because then if they want to Wasteland the Wasteland, they have to hit another land. Another exploration. Another exploration. Okay. This is fine. Definitely ticking this up. Recruiter, okay. Recruiter's pretty interesting. I think I've definitely gone after the Mox. They have one card left, which is interesting. But it's going to be good just to get a creature into play. Actually, maybe Recruiter for Skyclave Apparition is just better. I don't mind Recruiter for Skyclave. And take out the... I think the Valakut Exploration here is a better resource for my opponent than the Library, especially at 11 life. I can also flicker it down the line, which is nice. So I can take out the Library again. It's just a little bit, with the 3 explorations, I feel like the Valakut is a little bit better. But, you know, this deck, I believe, plays Prime Time, so that's a pretty good way for my opponent to really take over this game, finding something like Field of the Dead. Another one. Tega, Port. Blast Zone. Pretty good. Sylvan Library on top. I guess my opponent could Wasteland their Flagstones to get another look, but they're not going to. Skyclave. Ooh, taking out the Vial, perhaps? Yeah, that's pretty good. I'm gonna use this. Copy the Flagstones. Now they get a shuffle. That's pretty cool. Temple Garden. Elvish Reclaimer. Okay. That's fine. I probably just want to Swords this, because if I don't draw a land, I can't flicker it anyway. Classic. It's pretty good. Valakut Exploration is doing so much here. They even found a loam. Getting back that land, yeah, Grasping Dunes is going to be really good against Flicker Wisp here. So I'm not too sure I actually have a way out of this. Okay. Well, at least I can get something into play and take out this illusion. There's always a line. The graveyard. Because Tabernacle's pretty good here. Because they can Tabernacle me, I pay for Tabernacle, and then they port the land that isn't tapped. Hey, thanks for fighting. Enjoy your weekend ahead. Double port's really good as well. At least I can see pretty much the full deck before we concede. There you go. I'll make the screen a bit bigger. This is fine. Interesting deck. So it looks to be like a Naya lands deck. It could just be like a green-white Reclaimer deck that has a Valakut Exploration engine built in, which is pretty cool. Played against this deck earlier. It definitely looks pretty fun. It looks up my right up my alley. But yeah, maybe it comes back to the Sylvan Library and not taking out the Sylvan Library instead of the Valakut Exploration. I just saw the Exploration as a much bigger resource for my opponent. No attack for my opponent's interesting. They do have Caracas, but I might as well play the Thalia just to get a move out of them if I could play it. I think we probably see a win over the next 2 turns with Dark Depths because of Reclaimer being in play. And my opponent can pretty much play around it with 3 ports for the 3 planes. Could also try to win through field. Yeah, okay. So I think while we go through this, I do like the Rest in Pieces, I do like the Surgicals and the Cataclysms. That's 6 cards. I could definitely see myself taking out the 4 Thalias and the Revoker, so that's 5. And then maybe go down on something else. Maybe a Mum, but Mum's interesting. I do like Spirit because it turns off Sylvan Library, which is pretty huge. I think it might just be the Mum. I'm just gonna block just to get it off the field. Hey Boyd. Yeah, I good like early to mid game, but then unfortunately just didn't come to fruition. Valakut Exploration, a really strong card here, but unfortunately I think this might just be game 1. But it's cool to see what they're actually playing, making sure they do have Dark Depths and Field as well. And even just time, these games can get pretty grindy, so having the time advantage of 5 minutes is pretty good. It means I can talk a little bit more about how I want to play games 2 and hopefully 3. So, Surgical seems fine, Rest in Peace seems fine, and probably even the other Skyclave. So let's take out the 4 Thalias. Not the greatest. They also have their own set of Caracas. Mum's interesting. I don't mind Mum, but Blast Zone's always something that I do consider. So maybe just one as like a recruiter target isn't the worst. I'm not too scared about something like Punishing Fire because the Surgicals and Rest in Pieces kind of act like a protection piece. Prelate is interesting. I'm going to say Prelate is pretty good on 2 because it stops Punishing Fire, Sylvan Library, Life in a Loam. On 3, you could stop the Valakut Exploration from coming down, but that's about it. It might just be the extra Spirit. Path is interesting. Path is always nice because our way of winning this game is through combat damage, so having the option to just Path a Marit Lage instead of swordsing it can, you know, save you from giving your opponent 4 to 5 turns. Actually, Revoke is not a pretty good card here. I'm gonna maybe change a Path to a Swords. One nice thing as well is that sometimes you can just Swords your own creature, go to like 23 life, take the 20, and then swing back for lethal instead of having to Swords your opponent. Yeah, Jit's really interesting, and I think the one reason that I do like Jit is that it can deal with some of their creatures. The life gain can be relevant, and it can also just turn any of our creatures into a threat, which is kind of nice. I think we'll see how this goes, and then maybe come back. Punishing Fire is still a thing in these decks because they're pretty mana efficient, but otherwise it's a little bit slow, like this hand. I am going to mulligan this. This is pretty slow, but I'll keep it. And I think it's going to be the Port that I drop. I like the Wasteland over the Port. Skyclave's really good. Skyclave being able to really target anything in the format right now is pretty great. There's been a lot of Skyclaves running around, which is cool. Cataclysm in the opening isn't really what I want to see, especially without something like a turn 1 Vial. But another Plains is actually quite nice. Yeah, it's looking really strong in this opening, which is a little bit tough. Flicker Wisp is interesting. They've already gone through 2 lands, so there's a case where they don't have an extra land in hand. I think it's worth it than going for Recruiter. Because Flicker Wisp on Recruiter is pretty nice, but I guess I could have Surgical Sword first to see what they have in hand and see if they have a land, but we'll see what happens here. They didn't. Okay, that's awesome. Reclaim is going to be okay. That's it. Wow. Port's pretty nice. Definitely attacking for 2 in the air. The question is, do I really care about the swords? And I think I do enough to go for Surgical here, just to see their hand as well. It also means they can't bog me next turn to fizzle the Surgical. So they have a Force of Vigor and a Mox Diamond in hand. And they just have 1 swords left. But they have another Force, 2 Skyclaves. Okay, interesting. So Force and Mox Diamond, that's great to know. Force and Mox Diamond. Let's play Wasteland, let's play Recruiter, and then let's go and grab... this is actually pretty interesting. Maybe it's a case of getting another Flicker Wisp instead of Skyclave, but I think Skyclave is just better because it takes out the Valakut Exploration. I also kind of like using the Wasteland here because it means that my opponent can't just sack the land that I target with the Reclaimer. And taking them off stage means it takes them off 2 pieces of the combo. They can't even make the stage here into the plane, so I don't mind being a little bit aggressive there with the Wasteland. So we know about Force and Mox Diamond. Tabernacle's a pretty great draw. And now they have their own Skyclave. Hey Bob Hughes, thanks for the follow. Welcome. I'm going to assume this takes out the Flicker Wisp because then there's no real attacks that I have. The issue here is as well that my opponent can just easily play out of the Cataclysm with either equipment or enchantment that they keep. So maybe that's a consideration as to why Cataclysm isn't that great in this matchup, because of just how much value they get. It's probably a free attack here as well. Yeah, I'm not blocking, so... I will pay for this. This is actually a situation where Jide would be pretty good if my opponent attacks with the Reclaimer. Then I have a pretty good attack with the Recruiter. Interesting. I'm going to pay for both of them because Flicker Wisp is just so good off the top to get value out of them. They're going to allow me to... Interesting. No great attacks. We get flagstones, yeah. Now I'm pretty happy to tap. I'll see what they pay with first. Now I get to hit them. Oof, that's a lot of spam. So now I get the chance to take them off white. Thanks, Boyd. Too kind. Ha. Yeah, the cat is going to be good, but I'm not too sure if I want to cast it just yet, especially the flagstone's already in play. Hey Timmy C, thank you very much. Definitely paying with these. Because if I catter, my opponent just gets there with value from... Ooh, it's a little bit slow though. I think I'm okay attacking with the Valakut, with the Skyclave here. And getting a 3-3. Back on the D&T train. Because if I catter, they get 2 lands, and then they also have Exploration and a 3-4. So I think I want to get the Batterskull down. So I kind of want to just double block next turn. And then keep the Batterskull and the Germ Token as my creature and artifact. Yeah, it's a Temple Garden. So I believe the Temple Garden is to trigger Field of the Dead a little bit earlier, and it's also a Plains which you can grab off flagstones once you sack it. Yeah, pretty sweet interaction. I feel like my opponent is just going for extra value here. Field, yeah. So Batterskull here is the main card that I want to get going. Because the Batterskull is just a great answer for everything except for Mazavith. Rough. They're going to attack, so now I'm pretty happy to block. One less card I have to pay for with Recruiter. So I think here we just let it slide. Because even if I draw a land, I don't want to cast it. The issue is now they can just maze back the creature they attack with. That is blocked by the Batterskull, so I don't gain life. And I also know about a Force in hand, so I guess now that I know that was actually a pretty bad play. Yeah, Fiddle the Dead and Tabernacle is pretty funny. At least we have an answer for the Reclaimer. Maybe there's a world here where we can come back. Do we draw a land? Gonna tap the Port. Okay. Draw a Prelate. Interesting. I think it's just a case of going for Cataclysm here. They get Reclaimer, a land, and an Exploration, which I think is okay. we can save a planes, we have an answer to their creature, and then we can even like surgical out maybe Thespian Stages. Pridlate's mainly for Loam. It also hits on 2 Sylvan Library. On 3 it hits Valakut Exploration, which is pretty nice. They do run Loam, yeah. So there's nothing that I really want to surgical here. I'm pretty happy just probably waiting for the Loams. Another Reclaim is fine. Obviously not fine, but you gotta do what you gotta do. Okay. I think here Artist Swords 1. Just in case they play Step. I didn't see Step, but you never know. We have 3 turns to draw something. Okay, that's actually not the worst. Gonna name 2. Stop Sylvan Library and Loam. This is gonna happen, and we're gonna draw into Skyclave Apparition and get back into this game. Ah. I don't think there's a reason here not to Wasteland. Maybe crop rotation, so maybe it's worth just doing it in their turn. Because the extra mana means nothing for me without a creature in play. One more turn. Ah, no! Oh, that buys me a turn. That buys me a turn. Classic. Okay. Even a Thalia next would be so good. Come on, come on, just one creature. One creature. Oh! I am gonna get rid of I think I get rid of the Elvish Reclaim here, even though the Skyclave is a 2/2. I don't think I care about the exploration just yet. But that's an interesting one. Just in case they have like land, something to deal with it. So I think I do have to deal with just the Reclaim here. Okay. Ooh, that's pretty good. Now we have 2 creatures. Nice. Nice. You just gotta believe in the cards. Yes. That's fine. Plains is sweet. Alright, we got a 3-turn clock. And now we have a 3rd land on top of this Rishadan Port. Opponent having a good think. I know they have Skyclave Apparition. They have 2 of them in the deck. Mox, okay, that's a start. Okay, this is fine. Windswept Heath is interesting because they probably run Dryad Arbor. Oh, what? Oh, wow. Oh, they got to exile the card with Valakut Exploration, of course. Rough. No, because Valakut exiles a card and then at the end step it deals that damage to your opponent, which is me. I thought we had the comeback there. I thought we had the comeback. Haha. That was a sweet game, bud. I really enjoyed that game. Nice. Alright. Sweet deck as well. Very cool to see. I believe this is who we just played against, which is interesting. I don't mind this hand. It's got a really nice curve. Hey Robert, welcome. Opponent down on cards, so it is library, which we do have an answer to down the line, which is nice. Oh, Vial's actually pretty perfect. I think Vial here is much better than Mum. Hey OG, you can find the deck list on the screen. You should be able to see the cardboard live functionality. Yeah, my opponent, I believe we just played against our opponent, and they're on like a Naya lands build. Interestingly, not doing anything with Sylvan Library there. It's actually not too bad. Interesting to see them not use Sylvan Library. Still, surely, especially down to 2 cards, surely you want to dig. Alright, Mum's online. Tick both of these up. That is fine. Stoneforge also making use of mana is really nice. Thalia is interesting. I think it's just going to be Stoneforge here and then Spirit off the Vial. Gonna go for Sword just to buy some time. Batterskull's also interesting, but I think Sword is a little bit better. Yeah. They're gonna fetch. Tapped. That actually gives me a lot of information, which is nice. Because now I can just put in Spirit in my end step. They're not playing main deck Force of Vigors, so I'm happy to put the Spirit in here. Turns off the library, which is great. White so far has been for Skyclave Apparition and also Swords to Plowshares. Well, that's pretty good. Let's put these on first. I'm going to pay for all of these. And then tick both of these up. Stoneforge. I don't mind attacking with all 3. Because if they have removal, then it makes the Tabernacle just a little bit worse. And there's not really one threat here that I want to protect outside of the Spirit, I guess. Maze is going to be pretty good though. Hey Dare, welcome. Hope you're well. I think here it's just going to be Wisp to get rid of the Tabernacle at some stage. So I'm going to put these on the stack and say always no and always no. And then we'll do this. We'll pay for Recruiter. We'll pay for Spirit. We won't pay for Stoneforge. And we'll keep Mum. Hey Jilson, thanks for the follow. Let me know where you're from. If you play Legacy, what do you play in Legacy? This deck is not how I view my life philosophy, thankfully, but it is a pretty fun deck to play, so we'll say that. I didn't mean to. Yeah, my bad. Still happy to keep everything. Double Maze is just so good for my opponent. Yeah. Nothing great here. I would say this is more fun than cube drafting, at least for me. People have their choices, and I do enjoy cube drafting, but there's something about White Weenie and Legacy that gets me. They could copy it here if they want to give up on the maze, which I think is probably correct, because then we only have 3 mana to pay for 3 of our creatures. So if they copy here, it pretty much means that we lose one of our creatures. I guess it also means that they would lose a Tabernacle because they have to sack one to the Legendary rule if this one becomes Tabernacle. There's a Cube Charity Super Team Trophy Race Brewing. Interesting, that's really cool. I think my way out of this is just making land drops, because I do need a way to get rid of this. Not what I want to see. Bloodstone's pretty strong. Can't do too much about that, unfortunately. I don't have a hero. I should have a hero. I don't have a hero. What do I want to do here? I probably do just want to get Batterskull out of my deck. So with the 3 mana, I think I just keep the spirit because it turns off the yeah, I think I'm keeping the spirit, the wisp, and the mum. No. Yes. No. Yes. And yes. I guess Wasteland's a start. I don't want to hit this one because then they can just copy a planes in response and fizzle the Wasteland. And then if they blast zone here, I might as well put in a Thalia. They're gonna tick it up. Okay. They do have 6 mana, which is a little bit unsettling. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, yeah. It's like prime time here would be pretty bad for us. I'm gonna crack that. Okay. Yeah, that's fine. I couldn't have done anything in response anyway, but at least I can get a third creature onto the field here and pay for it, which is nice. So we'll go like this. Not great. They take 3 here, which does make the Sylvan Library a little bit worse, thankfully. But they still get to scry with it, which is huge. Pretty good. I do not play MTGO unless I'm streaming. Sometimes I'll record leagues, but usually I won't play just for the sake of playing. Wasteland or Port? Plains. Not the worst, because there's another creature that I can actually attack with now. Yeah, I should definitely play the mum first. That's incorrect. I didn't see the mana over here. There's no reason not to play the mum there, or just keep the planes for my post-combat phase and then play the mum. Can definitely still try, but it's not looking great here. Another maze? Rough. Opponent loans for the other maze, and they have 3 mazes. Wasteland doesn't do a whole lot because then they can just loam it back. Unfortunately, I don't think we don't have a strategy here to win. I'll give it one more turn to see what we draw, but it's looking pretty bad. Yeah. Same boarding, so Surgical, Rest in Peace, Skyclave. Cataclysm was actually pretty bad, seeing that the amount of enchantments they play and ways to get back into the game through things like flagstones. I might bring in 1. I'm pretty happy taking out the 4 Thalias and the Revoker. And even just a Mum. The Mum isn't doing a whole lot. I also don't mind the Path over the Sword. I think this is fine. But yeah, just a really grindy game, especially in game 1. Death and Taxes has definitely moved away from cards like Pith Needle and Sorcerer's Spyglass, so that's pretty tough. Hey Stark. This is mono white Death and Taxes, but the opposition is on a Naya build of lands, which looks pretty cool. This is a pretty sweet hand. I'll keep this, and I'll bottom the 2nd Spirit. Mum's okay, but I don't need all 4. Their main removal is Swords to Plowshares. And Blast Zone's just such a good answer to it. The issue with this hand is Force of Vigor. Hitting both Vial and Spirit is pretty backbreaking. I guess you could call this an Esper deck because it's playing Surgical and Mindbreak Trap, but that's a bit of a stretch. This makes me think they have a Elvish Reclaimer, a Needle. Wow. Alright, Needle's pretty good. Still going to tick it up because we do have cards to get out of this. I'm going to go with Spirit here. Still a little bit more aggressive, which is nice. Yeah, this is going to really hit us bad. There's a Skyclave, so that's a start. Batter Skull. Attack for 3. Basically a red card? Yeah, that's fair enough. This deck is just really hard to punish. I really miss playing cards like Force of Vigor here, because trying to get to 3 mana to deal with this Pith Needle or the Valakut or the Exploration, it's getting to a state of the game where maybe Pith Needle just isn't something that I have to deal with, and I have to try to get the Valakut off the table, because this card just runs away with the game. And Maze is just so good. I mean, you can see how well this deck can perform even without something like it doesn't need, like, Rest in Peace does nothing against a start like this. Definitely gonna pick this up. Yeah, I think that Rock, Paper, Scissors is the best kind of format, where Deck A beats Deck B, but Deck C beats Deck B. Or Deck C beats Deck A. Goes around. Just way too quick. Yeah. Even drawing a land here does nothing. Yikes. Just have to hope we don't face again in this league, because that's pretty horrible. I don't have a great board matchup for that deck. But yeah, really tough. Just the ability to play so many permanents early on that just gains incremental value. Like, I'm not going to keep Thalia in against that matchup, but it does slow them down a little bit, which sometimes can be enough. But yeah, that was rough. Didn't even in prime time. Yeah, Chase, what time is it where you are? Should I be being like a good friend and saying, get some sleep? I know there's a prelim coming up, I believe. Maybe in a few hours. But yeah, Naya looks really strong there, especially with Apparition as just an answer for anything. Looks really solid. Fell asleep at 7 and wake up at 11:30. Haha, I've done that before. It's never fun. How are you finding Stypher Pile at the moment? Are you trying out anything spicy other than the 75? Must feel pretty good that you've obviously found a home for Dak Vaden in Legacy, whereas I don't think it really fits anywhere else. I've never seen it before in any deck, other than some blue-red decks that used to play it as a Delver sideboard card, but seems a little loose. Kind of a cool card against like maybe opposing equipment, but I'll be back in 1 second. Yeah, that's pretty cool. I was going to try out Opposition Agent in Maverick, but I couldn't find any, unfortunately. Where are we? Here. Yeah, this was the list that I was going to try out. Something like this. I was going to try to fit Opposition Agent in here because you can cast it on turn 2, which is relevant. And there's a few matchups where it does make things better, which is pretty cool. Bug Zenith is actually a deck that I run into constantly, and it's a really tough matchup with the amount of value that they get, so that's always tough. Hey D5, welcome. Hope you're well. Some D&T content, yes, yes. I was just showing Maverick as a deck, but we are playing D&T, which is nice. And not against the same opponent, which is great. This is skeptical because of the canopy, but otherwise it's a pretty awesome hand, so I'm going to keep this, especially on the play. Turn 1 Mum, turn 2 Thalia. I guess it really depends on the matchup, but pretty happy to have a pretty good abundance of 2-drops. I'm just a little bit skeptical about this as my white source because Wasteland is a card. Catacombs, okay. Opposition Agent and Trinisphere equals fun time. Nice, nice, yep. Needle, interesting. What do they go after? Probably Wasteland? Bayou. Oh, this is going to be Turbo Depths. Huh. Turbo Depths. I wonder if the play is just to go Hexmage here. Because they could go Dark Depths, crop into Urborg, play Hexmage. Which, yeah, I'm a little bit scared of. There's some merit for Stoneforge and a Batterskull, but I think that's a little bit too slow. At least this takes me off from not dying next turn. And I can probably attack. I guess they could have Abrupt Decay in the main deck, so there's no real attack. Thanks, D5. I am. It's a Friday night, which is nice. Got the weekend ahead of me. Got some plans as well. Got some beers to be drank. Drank? I have some beers to drink. Inquisition. That's pretty good. Interesting to see what they take. It's probably between Jit and Flickwisp. I'm going to assume it's Jide because Jide is a little bit harder to deal with. It kind of buys me a turn as well. If I can get above 20 life. And Flickwisp, there's obviously more in the deck, so yeah. I do like that take. Oh, they really don't want me to have it. They're exiling it as well? Come on now. Come on, opponent. Come on, opponent. Alright. Land? Batterskull. I think this is fine. Gonna go for sword and then just attack with the Revoker. Opponent could also have... Oh, they couldn't have double crop. Oh, Thoughtseize? Come on now. That's just not fun. I probably value sword here over Thalia. It's a little bit rough if they go with another needle on sort of Fire and Ice. Huh. That's interesting as well. Land? Wait, okay, that's actually a perfect draw. That is pretty close to just the best draw. I'm going to attack, but not make any free colors. This is nice, because now I can deal to the Reclaimer and they can't even protect it. Unless if they go for the combo and have crop rotation, this is going to happen. So this is fine. It can copy. And now they keep this version, and now we Wasteland. Oh no, of course. Oh, I'm an idiot. I'm an idiot. The Pithy Needle, of course. Yep. We've been there. We've been there. Part 2 Exile's great. Skyclave is great. I don't think we need the Surgicals. Spirit is probably coming out. I don't believe the fast decks usually run Sylvan Library, so it's a pretty easy take. I think that's it. As interesting as Surgical is, I don't think it's where I want to be. That just happens sometimes with Tunnel Vision. You know, the early Pithy Needle on Wasteland, and you just don't really take it into consideration. This is a fine hand, but I'm not sure if it's actually great against Depths, because we literally have no interaction other than Revoker on Hexmage. I think the issue is for this matchup, I need to win the early game to be able to play the late game, and as good as this hand is in the early game, it doesn't win me the early game to get me to the late game. This is better, even though it's only a one-lander, it has both Vial and Swords to Plowshares, so I'm going to keep this in bottom to Thalia. I like that Revoker is just a little answer for Hexmage in case they turn on Inquisitional Therapy. Still named Wasteland, okay. A little bit lucky for us. Claim is okay. The question is, do I care about Reclaimer enough to Swords it? And I think I do. Especially when I can play around some sort of protection spells. I guess Sylvan Safekeeper is another answer for, or another name for Evoker, which is something to think about out of the board. Looks like they're cropping. They're going to copy the stage. Okay. Maybe they're thinking of Tomic. I think it's going to be Hexmage. But it's interesting because I guess I definitely know Hexmage is going to be in the deck. I'm not sure if Safekeeper is going to be in the deck. And we do have two current ways to deal with Safekeeper. We also have Flicker Wisp, which can interact with the combo itself, which can stop the Merit Lage from being made, which is nice. So I think I just played a little bit safe and go with Hexmage. If I really want to, I could also reset the Revoker. Up to 3. Wasteland, okay. So now I also have the ability to just go after the Thespian stage. I'm gonna play Wasteland, and then I'm just gonna play Vial on 1. It does turn off the majority of my removal, but I think turning off Inquisition, Thoughtseize, Crop Rotation is just good enough. Yeah, so luckily I have the Skyclave for the Needle as well. Yeah, so Needle's fine because we have the Skyclave, and I want to protect it thanks to the The prelate. Torpor Orb. Okay. That kind of changes things. Hmm. Do I have an out to Torpor Orb? I don't think I do. I guess Flicker Wisp, in a way, gives me protection, but they probably just have... I guess this stops crop rotation for Step, which is pretty big. Wow, Deluge? Rough. Yeah, I guess we play it. And then we can draw onto Caracas as an out. Our Paths and other cards in our live as well. Yeah, now it's looking really rough. Torpor Orb just so good. Didn't go for it. That's really interesting. Maybe they have like a sorcery speed way to do something like the 1 mana sack a creature, deal damage, or Rite of Consumption. Yeah. Torpor Orb. Rough. That's definitely a reason why I do like something like Council's Judgment in the deck, because it does get around Torpor Orb, which is probably the second... Actually, yeah, we played 2 leagues and we've seen Torpor Orb at least twice, so obviously a card that's getting on more people's radars. One 3 is really rough. I think I kind of have to play another league after this. I guess my way to play around Torpor Orb was holding up Vial, and in response to it, using Skyclave Apparition to get rid of the Pith Needle on Wasteland, and then at least having Wasteland online. But I didn't think of Torpor Orb. Maybe I should give it more respect. Because yeah, that's a tough one. Especially if more D&T decks are moving towards ETB triggers and something like Skyclave Apparition to deal with everything, then maybe the 4th Apparition is actually not as good as Council's Judgment #1. Or something like Seal of Cleansing, because at least that can be put in and not be hit by Hand Disruption over something like Disenchant. And you can also put it in off a Show and Tell, which is relevant. But it can be decayed. It can be revoked. There's definitely a few pros and cons of both of those cards. Alright. Not too sure my opponent's on. This is a pretty fair hand, but I'm happy to keep it. Yeah, Yakkat got us really good with their Naya lands deck. Just way too quick. Swords is actually a nice pickup, but I kind of want something against combo here, like a Thalia. Brainstorm into Days? What is Float Blue Days? Okay. That's more than fine. At least we have 2 basics to start off with, which is really nice. This looks to be Rug Delver. Preordain is 1 top, 1 bottom. Wasteland. That's actually pretty interesting. I'm pretty happy with Wasteland here. It plays around Stifle, which is nice. And it also keeps them off Arcanist for one more turn, even though we have the Sword Splashes for it. Thalia. I think I'm happy to throw Thalia into another Daze or a Spell Snare more so than Stoneforge. But there's some consideration for Stoneforge because if they're on a Stifle build, they might let Stoneforge resolve and then stifle the ability, thinking that we don't have an equipment in hand. But I think in this scenario, Thalia is just a little bit better because it plays around a little bit more. Uh-oh. They've played Team Delver before, and they don't have Stifle, but they do have Spell Snare. And because of the Batterskull, I probably want the Thalia to be Spell Snared instead of the Stoneforge Mystic. Nice. Okay, that's a pretty big win. Even if they have a Bolt here, spending 2 mana on the Bolt is pretty good for us. Dreadhoard's fine because we have the Sword Splashes. I'm gonna play the land. So we can Swords this. They can't force or Daze. We can play Thalia and attack. And then just pass back. There's some merit to not playing the land and holding it in case we don't draw a land next turn to play something like Flicker Wisp. This might mean that they are not... Yeah, okay. Interesting. They've already used the chain, so I'm going to go for Stoneforge here and hope that it resolves. Rough. They're going to allow us to actually... That's really interesting. I can play around Daze again, which I don't mind. Spirit also turns off Ponder and Brainstorm from their side, so... I don't mind not making use of this mana. Hey, Schmizenkind, thanks for the follow. Hopefully I got your name wrong, apologies. Let me know where you're from. If you play Legacy, what do you play in Legacy? Chose to shuffle. Okay, so they're definitely digging for land. So let's go with... I'm going to cast this now in case they wasteland me in combat. Nice, okay. Let's flicker this because then we have swords on their turn. You're Dutch? That's cool. What's your local Legacy scene like, or your local Magic scene? Another pass, wow. I can't believe they've let us have this this canopy for so long. They're gonna force this, yeah. That's a pretty heads-up play because what we could do is Flicker Wisp, our own Flicker Wisp, and then end step exile their Volk until their end step. Cove obliterated? Yeah, that's unfortunate. I'm I'm going to attack first because I don't want the mum to get bolted. I'd rather them use like a bolt on the Flick Wisp or the Spirit if they have one. It looks like they don't, which is huge because now this mum's going to really take over. Yeah, I assume the Oko is the reason they weren't using the Wasteland because they actually have a reason to have the extra mana. But thankfully they don't have a way out. Rug's an interesting one. I do like the Rest in Pieces. I do like the Skyclave and the Paths. I'm just not sure what I want to board out. I think it's something like maybe a Recruiter. Prelate's fine, but it's a little bit awkward with our removal. Revoker only really hits Oko, and I think we want to use Apparition for that anyway. I don't think they should broad in Clots because they should be thinking about Rest in Peace. I think Rest in Peace is a great answer for Dreadhorde, of course, Tarmogoyf, and an early one can shut off Hooting Mandrills, which is cool. But if you do have a plan against Rest in Peace, maybe Stifle It or Spell Snare or Spell Pierce, then Clots is a card that's obviously very hard for us to get rid of. I think against Maverick, it's obviously a sensational card because it also has some interaction with cards like Scavenging Ooze and Night of the Reliquary. Yeah, I think it might just be Trims. I do like that, Jack. Thalia, Recruiter. Would you go to the Dutch Open Series when they're on again? I'm assuming that's for someone else, but I would love to go to those, or at least some sort of Eternal Weekend overseas other than yeah, that's very true. Eternal Weekend Europe would be awesome to go to. One more card. I guess Recruit is nice because it is a body that gets something else. This is actually a tough one. Maybe it's just the second Thalia, go down to 2 Thalias, because we are bringing in 4 pieces of non-creature hate. One Caracas? That's a tough one, especially on the draw. I don't want to go down to 22 lands, I don't think. Especially when I want to hit 3 mana, or probably 4 mana so often to play around Days. That's fine, DM. I like to participate sometimes. I think if I was playing 24 lands, I'd be happy to go down on the Caracas, but unfortunately I'm not. So I am just going to drop the other Thalia and go down to 2 Thalias. I think that's okay. This is a 1-lander with double swords. And a mum. So we can buy some time, but I think this just doesn't do enough against the Oko starts. This is a pretty great hand. I'll keep this in bottom the second Vial. I could also see myself keeping the Vial and dropping a land like Horizon Canopy. Because if the first one gets dazed or forced, then at least we have another one. The third land's also a little bit worse with the Vial start, so... Okay. I'm gonna go with Vial. That's fine. Trimmer Flagstones? Interesting. I do like the Flagstones as a land that they can't really wasteland. But I guess because we're bringing in Rest in Peace, it does mean that they, yeah, could get stuck. Yeah. Is this mono removal now? Hopefully. Let's see what this Preordain does. 2 cards on top. That is something you never want to see. Wasteland. That's actually pretty interesting. I think getting our Vial online is just a little bit better than Wastelanding here, because I'm not too scared of a turn 2 Arcanist or a Hooting Mandrills because we have so much removal. So I think it is just going to be play Swords around Daze and then play the Vial. I do want to get rid of any pressure on the board. This is fine. I think I should probably Swords in their upkeep after I wasteland the Volcanic Island to play around Force Negation. I'm going to use the Swords because I probably don't want to Sword to Tarmogoyf for Hooting Mandrills down the line. Yeah, I assume they would. It looks like they have a Force. Okay, well let's go with a Path then. Because that kind of is their one way into this game. Wow, just land nothing. I will activate to see if they do anything. They don't. Take this up to 2. Nice. Feeling Oko coming down. I think here, just to play around Daze, it's better to put the Vial to 3. It also makes a lot of my 3-drops better, like Flicker Wisp and other apparitions. That's a great reason why we should. I'm just going to do this now, in case they have something like Stifle. Now's the time to draw that one recruiter, if possible. Using the Trap to Brainstorm, I assume, in case they draw into a removal spell that they can cast with the Volcanic Island. Delver, okay. They could waste the Flagstones here or the Caracas. They don't. Hey, Juan, welcome. I liked your update to the Esper Vial sheet. Another Vial. Definitely happy to attack. And then it's probably better just to keep the Vial in hand. Although this match could go on for a while, so maybe it's better to play it. Maybe if they find another Oko, they probably make their food a 3-3 instead of our own Vial, but... yeah, maybe the gimmick of just having a card in hand that's unknown to my opponent isn't worth it, and I should just play the Vial. Yeah, I do want to draw some pressure, and I think I want to get to a stage as well where my Stoneforge Mystic can't be spell snared, so I think playing the other Vial is just correct. And now we can at least just 6 as well. Ponder, okay. It's a pretty good card. Hopefully see a shuffle. Chose not to shuffle. Okay, that's a little bit scary. Hey, listen, watch out. I guess Flicker Wisp is probably the best draw because it takes care of the illusion and can block the Delver. Spirit's not too bad either, and I can cast it. This is actually pretty interesting. I think I'm happy just to block, but they have 2 cards. They're kept with the Ponder. Yeah. There might not be another situation where I get to block. I could definitely wait a turn. Yeah. I'm just a little bit afraid of that 6. Takes me to 8, and then the Delver is 3 swings instead of 4. Another Delver, okay. Definitely tick this one up. I think Stoneforge is what I really need here. Not another vial. Both of these are no's. No and no. It's really only Flicker Wisp that does it here. Okay, yeah, still nothing. I think I'm pretty happy with how we boarded. It might just be bringing in an extra Thalia on the play. This is an interesting one. Hey, thank you. You can find the music on Spotify through Stream Beats, which is made by Harris Heller. Hey, thanks D5, much appreciated. It could be Prelate, but Prelate's just so good. Prelate's an awkward one because if we have Prelate but haven't drawn into our Paths and Swords, then it can be pretty rough because I don't really want to play it if they have something on board. I think it's just Prelate, unfortunately. At least for my playstyle, I just find it a little bit rough. I'm sure there are ways you could play the game where Prelate is pretty good, especially on 1. I guess there's some consideration played on 3 to stop Oko, but I think everything else just kind of fits. And on the play, I do like an extra 2 CMC spell. But it's a tough one. I'll keep this. Plainsport Thalia. It is, yeah, it is, but it's just I find that if you're gonna play the prelate, they're going to have something in play surely, and if they don't, you're probably in a good position anyway. Interesting. I don't mind throwing away a Stoneforge here. Just gonna go for Batterskull. The only issue here is Arcanist. Okay, that's good to see. There's also consideration to play the Wasteland last turn in case I draw into a Plains. I can go Plains, Stoneforge, hold up Wasteland, and if it resolves, then Wasteland one of their lands. Brainstorm, then Ponder to shuffle. Interesting. Chose not to shuffle. Okay. Well, let's bait again with the Stoneforge. It's funny, if they daze here, I'd be inclined to just... I definitely want to Wasteland them, and I think I want to Wasteland them off the Volk. But Hooting Mandrills is also a bit of a beast here. I definitely want to Wasteland them to keep them off Oko next turn. It's just a case of, do they have something like Hooting Mandrills next turn to play before I get the Rest in Peace down? Or could I take them off the Volk, hope they don't have Hooting Mandrills next turn? Also, sideboard cards are something to think about. They probably have maybe Ancient Grudge or Return to Nature. Or a Braid. I think it is just red because we do have two creatures that I really want to get on the field and hopefully keep them there. Library's really good. Caracas. I think you're just like Thalia with Caracas up and then next turn Rest in Peace. Because that keeps them off Oko, which is just the one card that I'm probably afraid of right now. They take a card. That's fair. Dreadhold's gonna be fine. Oh, they missed a land drop. That's huge. Flagstones. I like Port. Rest in Peace. They can't force it, which is great. And we just get to throw it back. Oof. That's pretty good. I think my best draw here is obviously Jide, but I don't have that as an option. Shit. I'll see what they flip first. No flip. Okay, that's huge. I'm still going to tap down the Volk, because then they can't... I guess they could represent Bolt, but... Bolt on that. Alright. That's actually fine, because we're getting to a stage where we can play Jide and attack with it. And with only one land drop, they can't even cast a Bolt, so I think this Jide is going to get through unless they have Force of Will. They went to 9, but they don't have anything. Wow. So we get to go land, play Jit, equip Jit, this is fine. I think I'm okay with getting triggers and then just returning Thalia. I could also keep the Thalia. No, let's keep the Thalia, but just give this -1/-1 so it doesn't actually deal damage to the Thalia, and just kill one of the Delvers. I think this is better because then it taxes my opponent more. It means we don't have to replay the Thalia. I think it just works out better. Pumping her also works, but pumping her doesn't kill the Dreadhorde because it doesn't have first strike. It doesn't have a double strike. Yeah, it is always tough with first strike and Jit. It can be pretty weird, especially when you do want to bounce your creatures or, you know, make other creatures smaller. I'm gonna float a white. Interesting. I would have, because I'm representing Swords to Plowshares, I would have just changed phase, attacked, and then lightning bolted in the second main, just so I can't, you know, now cast Swords to Plowshares on the Insectile Aberration. They have 3 cards left. I guess the sword is great because then we can double. Oh, Flicker Wisp is actually pretty nice. I think that's better than Batterskull because it plays around days. I guess it doesn't really matter if I flicker the Delver. There's nothing really else to do. I think that porting them off red this turn is better than equipping with Jit. I guess I'll see first, because if they have Brainstorm, they might Brainstorm in response and use the mana. Chain Lightning. Okay, so that's a good reason to try to take them off this red mana now, before main phase. I guess they have to go to 5 if they find a red source, because they have to deal with the Flicker Wisp, yeah. So they've obviously found a land, yeah, go to 4. Okay. Well, now we have the Batterskull coming down as well. They floated a green mana. I'm not too sure why. Maybe they're still having nightmares about Thalia. it looks like it. Okay, that's fair. Skyclave apparition. Ooh, Spirit's actually pretty nice as well. Maybe Spirit's better than Battle Skull. They've already used one bolt, 2 bolt, 3 bolt. Yeah, surely. Surely Spirit is better. I think it's going to be Spirit, Vial, and then just port them off the Trop. I don't think the equip does enough this turn. They thought Thalia was still around. It's definitely happened before on stream. I've even done it on my side, so it's just what she does sometimes. I wonder if they have to even like keep back the insectile aberration. Okay, they're saying they don't, which is interesting. Okay, this is very interesting. Huh. Alright, let's go with this first. Because if I don't have to trade, then I'm very happy. They only have 2 cards as well. It's going to resolve, so we take out the Arcanist. Now we can equip the Jide to the Spirit. Opponent not wastelanding us was huge, because otherwise we wouldn't have been able to do that. I think here I'm pretty happy just to pass back with the Jide counters up. Nice, okay. So we recover a little bit. I do want to make a change here. I do want to bring in Council's Judgment, just to see how it goes. I'm gonna play another league. We're gonna back this up and play another one. So I'm gonna go to the bathroom real quick and get some water, and I'll be back in 2 minutes for a second one. Be right back. Hey. Yeah. Legacy D&T. Let's double check. Legacy D&T. Nice. It is summer here. Yeah, it's really hot. I do want to try to finish this within 2 hours because I do have to hit my step count. I gotta go for a run after this because I'm currently at 3,500, which is pretty bad. That's what happens when you work from home. And I gotta hit 10. I'm not sure if I do this, if that actually cheats some in. 3402. I'm sure this looks kind of weird, but it does. Okay. Hey, everyone helps. Whew. But yeah, for those of you who haven't seen me before, my name is Dukes on Twitch. I'm an Australian legacy streamer. I usually stream on Thursday nights and Sunday mornings, Australian Eastern Standard Time, usually around 7:30 p.m. on Thursdays and around 10 a.m. on Sundays. I usually stream Legacy Maverick. You can find my site, The Green Sun Zenith, here. You can find all my YouTube recordings and streams at YouTube, and you can find me on Twitter if you want to reach out. Hey, Gihui. I went to play the prelim before, but it only got to 5 people, which is pretty rough. That is very cool, Dark Cloud. Consistency is everything. Once you start getting a routine in, it becomes much easier than like when you first start. Of course, it can be pretty rough. So yeah, having that routine is really good, and it's good to stick to it because after a few weeks you start feeling the effects, and then after a few months you start seeing the effects, which is nice. Hey Rick, did you go to? Oh, sorry, episode 25. Mystery. How was Modern? Hopefully it fired. Hopefully you did okay. Come on, games. You wonder when Field of the Dead or Uru are getting banned? Come on now. It didn't fire? Rough. How many people got there? Full color Omnath in Modern? Okay. 4 people? That's rough for what I would say is a pretty booming scene. Who were the 4? Yourself, Jake? Nick? It's tough as well because that new game just came out. Something 4027. That's so wrong. Oh god. Oh no. What's it called? Something Punk? Cyberpunk 2077. I feel like such a boomer. Oh no. Stream gone. Stream over. Stream over. Hey, there we go. Alright. Thank you very much. This is pretty much the perfect hand, I'm gonna say. This doesn't get much closer. The Flagstones is the odd cut out, but this is like pretty perfect. I'm gonna say Mum here would make it perfect because then we have a turn 1 play off the Vial. Hey, thanks, Lynn. Hey, Lynn, how do you enjoy playing the Reclaimer deck? I'm assuming you enjoy it, seeing you did pretty well. You obviously did very well in the challenge, but it does seem like a sweet deck to play. I tried to play it, and I did enjoy it, but I felt like I played it a bit too much as a Maverick player, with building up my board instead of kind of keeping up Reclaimer and going for flagstones. Yeah, flagstones damage, or flagstones ramp. Please don't turn 1 me. This is a great hand to play out with, so... Ooh, Urborg, okay. Interesting. So this is probably going to be depths again. And I probably don't mind... I probably don't mind Thalia over Port. It also makes any sort of hand disruption cost a little bit more. I guess if they have Dark Depths Hex Mage, then at least we have the swords. But nothing from my opponent. That's interesting. I'm gonna activate this in case they have like Stifle and don't have an answer to the mum. Definitely no reason not to activate it. Tick this up. Port. Okay. I guess we play this. Attack with Thalia and then just port my opponent. I guess I want to port with the Urborg because I want them to use the Gemstone Mine counters if they want to. They're going to crop, which is interesting. Probably for one piece of the combo. Depths, yeah. Alright. Tap down this. I guess they need to use counters if they want other colors. So that's the only reason to do it. I kind of want to get Batterskull just so I can hold up Stoneforge next turn and port. But I definitely want Vile to go to 3 because of Skyclave and also Flickwisp. Yeah, Depths traditionally has a pretty hard time against D&T. We have some pretty good outs with things like Wasteland, Karakas, Sword Splashes, Flickerwisp, and some life gain, which can buy us an extra card, which is always, or buy us an extra turn, which is always interesting. But they definitely have ways to get out of it. They're probably thinking about Revoker here, and if they want to use the Hex Mage. Pretty happy just to get Batterskull. I'm not really getting through with the Jadate anyway. And now this on 3 makes Flickerwisp a really good live draw. Probably the best. Oh, close. guess Thalia is a free attack here. If they want to block with a Hex Mage, that's more than fine. I probably shouldn't have played a land first, just in case they thought I might have had Caracas. Then that would make them not block even more. They're going to go for it now, which is interesting. I guess if they have... If they have Elvish Spirit Guide, they can pay for Not of This World. Which means I could Swords my own creature to go above 20 life if I really wanted to. But I think I just take the chance to Swords, yeah. Swords the Marit Lage. Yeah, I mean, if they have Not of This World and Elvish Spirit Guide, then that's fine. And they have Elvish Spirit Guide and Not of This World. Okay. I guess we did give them a bit of time to set up, so... Path is fine, Council's Judgment's pretty good. That's probably it. Spirit I could see being taken out. Spirit doesn't do a whole lot. Prelate's still pretty good. I like this. Yeah, Surgical's always an interesting one. I'm not sure if it's better than something else. I think that the matchup should be good enough for me just to hopefully find a set of cards that wins without having to use Surgical on something like Dark Depths or Hexmage. Tough. It's tough because even if we, say, put in Batterskull there and Swords the Batterskull to gain 4 life, we take 20, we go down to 4, and then we have to draw into a live spell. Yeah, exactly. This is a pretty rough 5. This is a better... Yeah, this is better. Drop the Batterskull and the Flagstones. Hey Julian, welcome. Hope you're well. Yeah, with the Not of This World, it's obviously pretty hard. We'll keep this. I'll bottom the Batterskull and the Flag. At least we have a Revoker for interaction. Hopefully we don't see Safekeeper. I assume they bring it in, but at least Revoker is a pretty good way to stop that from being a nuisance. I think again Needle will just name Wasteland. There's no point deterring away towards Aethervial, I don't think. Wouldn't mind if the music was a little quieter or you a little bit louder. That is easy. Hopefully that's better. It's on Wasteland, okay, cool. That's pretty interesting, but I still think just Hexmage here is best because it stops Dark Depths Hexmage. Ah, thank you very much. That's great feedback. We are naming Vampire Hexmage. So at least this stops a Dark Depths Hexmage turn that pretty much just wins, or at least puts us into you have to draw your winning card. There's Dark Depths. Thoughtseize. I'm pretty okay with just not putting in the Mum here. I think they just take the Stoneforge anyway. But at least I can give them the choice. I would love them to take the Mum. Alright. Valda 2. Recruiter, that's pretty good. I am pretty happy just to attack with both creatures here, just to keep the clock going. I'm not too scared of removal from my opponent outside of Abrupt Decay, but I don't really think the Revoker or Mum themselves are that much of a loss if they get Abrupt Decayed. There's Hex Mage. Alright. I'm going to activate this just to see if my opponent does anything. They don't. So let's definitely tick this up to 3. And hopefully draw a land here. Stoneforge. With 2 mana, I'm still pretty happy just getting Batterskull. It's going to be a while before I attack with it, but it's going to be a while before attacking with Jide as well. And then this is a free attack. Force of Vigor might be a card that I have to think about. I think this Recruiter is just going to get Flicker Wisp. Duress. That's pretty good. Opponent only has 2 cards, which is kind of nice. Another Hex Mage, that's fine. No great attacks for them, which is great. I think here it's just a Flicker Wisp. Flicker Wisp is easily the best thing. I don't think Apparition is where I want to be yet. This is also going to stop at 3. We'll see if they actually go after the Vial with a Hex Mage. I don't think they would. They can't because the Revoker actually. So they have 1 card left. So worst case, if I attack with the Revoker and they block and I have to give protection, is they untap, they remove the Revoker with 1 card, and then they have 1 left. I think I'm okay with attacking, yeah, with Revoker, and then Flicker Wisp Recruiter, get another Flicker Wisp, and just use that off the Vial. I'm going to set a stop. Yeah, okay. It looks like my opponent just can't get through the Hex Mage, which is pretty nice because we were a little bit unfortunate on the mull, but that was a pretty tough one. Yeah, Recruiter could have attacked because it is free, because if they do block, we just flicker it. So that's, yeah, that's very true. I guess the only thing that stops is my ability to hold up Aether Vial in their turn with Flicker Wisp, because I'd have to use it at instant speed there and then cast the other one off my mana. But yeah, the 1 damage could definitely come up. I still think this is just a throwback. I don't think Cataclysm, I don't think Surgical is where we want to be. So just hope that we do okay on the play. Sorry, on the draw. Skyclave's been, I've definitely said it before, but Skyclave Apparition has been a pretty fantastic card. The flexibility is so huge and gives D&T a lot more outs than it usually had, and a little bit more reach. Because, you know, cards like Oko and Jace, you can Revoker them and you can deal with them with combat damage, but to have kind of an O-ring deck and an O-ring effect in the deck is pretty good. I don't think this is a keep. But it is interesting, because I think as soon as I lead on Karakas, my opponent is most likely going to name Karakas with their first needle, which they have 4 copies of. This is actually pretty good. I'm going to keep this and probably just bottom the port. But it's actually interesting because as good as Wasteland is, I'm going to say Wasteland is the blind name for Pithy Needle. Could bottom Mum. Yeah, Mum's not doing a whole lot either outside of helping maybe get Flicker Wisp through protection. The big issue is that Maverick can just get pro with Step. Is it mad to think that I want to drop the Wasteland because my opponent is playing, obviously, the Needles and has named Wasteland every game? The issue with shipping Port is actually a pretty good turn 2 play. It might be Port, because maybe the turn 2 play is just holding up Wasteland and Swords, to be fair. Alright. Probably just taking Swords here. I guess they could have brought in Surgical. I've seen it before where they surgical your swords, which can be pretty rough. And I guess defensively, that's a way to save them if you do bring in your own surgicals. You can surgical the one in the yard and then fail to find the other 3. But that's not a plan that I would recommend at a competitive level. Thoughtsy's Lauren art is definitely one of my favorite arts, if not my favorite art. The foil version of these are really nice. I don't think the iconic Masters version does it justice because you really need the old version to see it. They take the Wisp, that's interesting. Maybe because they have Duress, they don't take the Swords. Huh. Krakus means I can have 2 pieces of interaction in play next turn. It does open it up to Ghost Quarter, but I'm more than happy for that. Needle. Needle probably on Karakas? I guess Wasteland's a little bit rough, but if they don't name Wasteland, they could have crop rotation and try to bait me, but they don't. Huh. Inquisition? Another Needle, okay. Now I see where this line is going. Alright. Skyclave is actually pretty nice. Skyclave can deal with the one naming Karakas. And then we get 2 goes with Karakas, which is nice. We just need another turn. So we have to fade Dark Depths or a land. Dark Depths and Elvish Spirit Guide, or land Spirit Guide crop rotation. They're the ways that my opponent can win. I guess also Urborg crop rotation works. Also, land double crop does it. I don't think this deck plays Sylvan Scrying, so I'm not too sure what this is. They do play Sylvan Scrying, okay. That's pretty nice because it gives us a turn. I assume they find either Dark Depths or Urborg, but it's close. Dark Depths. Okay. Wisp. Okay. That's interesting. So let's definitely attack first. Wasteland. Wasteland go. I like take out the Caracas. I can do it next turn, but if I do it this turn, I have my mana available next turn, and I also have the option to double Caracas. This also opens up the line for me to go Flickerwisp and Swords my own Flickerwisp. I have played a bunch versus Depths. I do own it in paper as well. But the nice thing about this line is, as well being at 20, is that it gives me the option to play Flickerwisp next turn and then hold up Swords on my own Flickerwisp, which gives me an extra activation of Caracas in case they do have Sejiri step to try to get through. Yeah, it's a sweet deck. I like how Tom's going towards the rainbow lands to play around things like Submerge and make the mana a little bit better. And the life loss isn't too bad either, which is pretty cool. Huh. I think here the play is just Swords on Hexmage. And if they make the Dark Depths, then we Caracas the Dark Depths. And if that doesn't work, then we Caracas it again. Surely the last two cards in hand aren't... Attacking with Skyclave. I guess that's a start. I guess I could also go Flickerwisp with this mana, flicker out the Plains, play the Caracas, and then I have Caracas and Swords open and Flickerwisp with protection. So I guess, yeah, first the Skyclave attack is pretty much free. Yeah, Not of this World is what we're playing around. They don't block, that's interesting. So yeah, I think the best thing here is play Flickerwisp, flicker out the Plains, play the second Caracas, and then we have Caracas, Swords to Plowshares, and Flickerwisp with protection from Mum. They only have 2 cards. So we're flickering out the Plains. play the second Caracas, keep this one. Plains comes back. And now we have Swords, Caracas, and Flickerwisp with Mum. Nice. So they didn't even go for it, which is pretty huge. Paying costs. Needle's pretty good. We can't do anything here, so we'll let this resolve. I guess maybe the play there was to actually Swords the Hex Mage in response. That's an interesting one. Maybe I'll come back to that. Stoneforge doesn't really do a whole lot. I think here it's just attack with the Skyclave and then hope that double swords is enough if they try to go for it and just don't have two Not of This Worlds or Not of This World and Step. I guess then we still have the Flickerwisp, so we just have to beat out two Not of This Worlds. I don't like playing Stoneforge here. I like having double swords, so I'm going to pass. How is this Skyclave not flying? Yeah, it is an interesting one. I know that a lot of people saw the artwork and said, wow, a 3/3, a 2/2 flyer for 3, but yeah. I'm with Jack. I think that it should be a 3/3 flyer, not a 2/2 ground creature. Interesting, just cards in my opponent's hand. No blocks. I think here I'm happy to go for Stoneforge off the Caracas and the Wasteland, seeing they're both named with Needle, and then hold up Plains for Sword. I'm just going to get Jide. I think Jide is probably the best card here, because it means at worst case we can attack next turn with it. I think if my opponent goes for it, I do want to use both swords if my opponent does have Not of This World once, because if their other card is Crop Rotation to protect the 2020, I want to make them use it in their turn so that the step doesn't cover both Swords to Plowshares and also flying to get through the Flickerwisp. Oh yeah, that's true. Okay, I like that. Alright, so now they're going for it. Yeah, so now I think I just let this slide, because if they have step, I can respond to the ETB with the swords, and then if they have once, I can then swords again. So I think it's okay not swordsing now. Yeah, because they have to make the first step if they do want to get through. So I think I am okay just passing here. Oh. Hey, Legacy Council. Hope you're well, Arkan. Hope you're enjoying Legacy at the moment. We're currently in game 1 of... I believe this is game 3 of match 1 against Turbo Depths. So I feel like there's a crop rotation coming. Okay. Okay. So this is where we can respond, but my opponent's also at 4 life. So what if I don't swords? I swords my Stoneforge here, go to 21, and then I have 6 to throw back, and my opponent can only block 2 of it, which is lethal. The issue is that if I fight over this, then I lose to the other Dark Depths, surely. But at least here... They can make another 20/20, that's fine, but they have to use the Vampire Hexmage. But I'm saying, so what I'm saying is that I can win next turn with combat damage, because I can attack with 1, 2, 3, 6. They can only block here with the Hexmage, and then 4 gets through. So surely there's a line to actually just swords my own Stoneforge here, go to 21, take the hit. They can't attack with the Hexmage because we have the mum that can give pro, and then swing back for lethal. But I can go to 21 after they attack with the Lage. If they declare attacks, then I can swords my own Stoneforge, go to 21, and then take 20. Ah, that's true, they can. Okay, that's actually very true. They can block, yeah, they can block the Flicker Wisp with the new 20/20, and then they, yeah, okay. So now it's a case of, do they have another Not of This World or a crop? Or is now the time to swords my own creature? I think the safe play here is just to go to 21. Because then I don't really care about being at 1 life if my opponent can never attack through again with Steppy already on the field. I think I lose this game if I use the sword again on Maverick and they have another protection spell, but I don't lose if I swords my own creature. Now I think it's just attack with... I'm definitely casting Jide, and I think I'm putting Jide on the Skyclave and attacking with the Skyclave. I guess they can then sack the Hexmage, make it 20/20 and block it. Yeah, I do have to get protection, then I lose the Flicker Wisp. So maybe the play is just to put the Jide on the Flicker Wisp. Yeah, sadly because they can sack and make the 20/20 if we attack with everything and then just block the Flicker Wisp. So I think we just have to pass back. And then if they want to attack with the Merit Lage, they can. I guess we die to like Rite of Consumption or some sort of throw mechanic. Wow, no attacks. Okay. Abrupt Decays, yeah, is a pretty good out. Another Mum's actually pretty good. That represents lethal. So now we're in the same position. We can use Port, but we can't attack. Yeah. We've come this far. I think here we take them off the Gemstone Cavern so they can't have like 2 mana up for Abrupt Decay. Because we can tap them down here and then they only have 2 blockers. And we can give pro black and swing in for lethal with 5. They're gonna crop. If you swords the Hexmage, then waited for the stack, then swords your Stoneforge before damage, I think you would have gotten it. Yeah, I think the first swords, the big issue was getting that first once upon a time, or once out of their hand. Oh, did they just have another step? No. Oh, they crop for another gemstone mine, okay. So what if we go tap down on gemstone? Pro black. Nice. Pow pow. Haha. That's a pretty nice way to start the league. That was a really interesting one. That was very interesting. Hey Kinder, thanks for the follow. Let me know where you're from. If you play Legacy, what do you play in Legacy? Thanks, Rick. Much appreciated. D5. Sometimes you just get a little bit lucky. That was a really interesting one. Let me quickly paint that. We have a play. "15 minutes, all right. Up against Kaziku. Interesting hand, but it's got a pretty high curve. It doesn't have Vial. It does have a turn 2 Thalia and a turn 1 Swords, but I think there's better 6s. This is close to it. A little bit more play to it, which is nice. I'm going to keep this. But I'm not too sure what I want to bottom. I think it's going to be the Canopy. It could also be the Wasteland, just in case I want 2 white sources. We're definitely keeping it. I think it's the Wasteland. It could just be the Canopy. I think it's actually the Canopy. I don't think my opponent is going to Wasteland me turn 1 when I play a turn 1 Mum. I think Spirit is my only way to stay in a game against an unfair deck. Stoneforge gives me an out to the fair decks, and then Apparition's just overall good quality. Plains. That makes me just want to go for Stoneforge here and get Jide out. Unless this is a like blue-white control deck. Plains Port, okay. That's fine. If they want to port us, we have the Stoneforge Mystic to eat up, so that is more than fine. Now they're in a tough spot because Jide is going to be great here unless they have a Skyclave. But even then, it's going to be tough. Yeah, either that or they don't have a, or they have a turn 2 play that's just going to die to the Jit. Yeah. So I can't even kill it here. I just have to gain life, or else I don't get the 2/2. Hey, so Matthew, thanks for the follow. If I kill it, I don't get a creature though. Still kill? Interesting. Yeah, okay, that's fair enough. I think even as a resource for something like Flickwisp, it's definitely worth taking out. Yeah. That's actually not the worst draw, because now we can just go Vial and Spirit. Four mana. Yeah. I thought so. That's fine. The only take is really Aether Vial, which I'm pretty okay with. Still gonna get aggressive. But if they block, I'm not gonna use the Mum. Interesting. Can use a Wasteland to tap because the Krakus in game 1 does have some utility in returning something like Thalia to their hand. Sword's pretty good, but no point Wastelanding yet. I might as well see what I draw. This might change things. File. I'm definitely taking them off a land. Now I'm happy to play the Vial and then port in their turn. They probably won't block here because they want the match. Nice. Second white source would be good, but right now we're doing okay. At least we're still being able to go a little bit wide on the board. This is fine. Wasteland out white source is pretty good. Now I'm in a tough spot. They didn't attack! So they obviously don't have swords. That's a really interesting play. I guess I just want to have something that stops Spirit? Okay. No great attacks. I'm going to tap the plains here for the port, because if they play their own port, I want to Wasteland it before they can take me off my only white source in my turn, because that gives me an out to actually drawing a white source for Skyclave. Okay. Still nothing. Okay. Might as well activate this. Nothing. Tick this up. Oof. Alright. I guess at this stage I'm pretty happy just to chump with the Stoneforge if they do attack and not use the Mum. Batterskull's gonna be fine. So let's untap. Tick this up to 3. Thalia. I guess that lets us do something. It's not like I want to recruit her for a 2-drop anyway. A little bit awkward with the Krakus in play. Yeah, there's no need to play Thalia unless I want to tax the Krakus. There's definitely no need to not play the Thalia. I think I might just be buy a turn and try to get a recruiter for Flickwisp to take out the Germ. I mean, if they have a Mum, then I definitely want to do that. With the Skyclave. Vial's going to be okay. It's a little bit late. There's a Mum. And a Thalia. Okay. They did this all pre-combat. They could have attacked first and made me make some weird blocks. But they didn't. I'm going to go with Apparition here just to take out the Mum. Probably the most scary card on their side. Now this is always staying at 3. I guess another Mum's actually pretty good. I think this Wasteland is a little bit better for me than it is for them, because getting to 3 mana is pretty good with Recruiter. So I'm not going to Wasteland my opponent. Recruiter's going to be pretty strong. Well, now we go get our own. Not the worst. We can Skyclave what they try to Flicker Wisp if they try to Flicker Recruiter here, which is nice. So this resolves. The trigger goes on the stack. My opponent chooses a legal target. They choose the Apparition, so I think here we just take out the Apparition. We also get a 1/1 from that, which is kind of nice. They're not using their mana to equip the sword, which is interesting. Huh, okay. That's fair. Come on, White Source. Okay. Our Recruiter. No great attacks yet. This comes back. I can go and get Flicker Wisp. I think it's the last one. Oh, second last, okay. Mum's fine. So in this main phase, I probably want to flicker my Skyclave and take out the Mum. Flicker Wisp. I'm going to flicker out this one because then they just get a 1/1. And then end step comes. Back comes the Skyclave. We take out their Mother of Runes. Oh, they're gonna put something in. Maybe a Flicker Wisp to flicker it out. Interesting. Huh. That's fine. Planes. Huh. I think just one Wisp can attack, just so at most I have to only keep back one Mum. I kind of want to draw a card here. I can't because of Spirit. I shouldn't draw a card. Do not do that play. So let's play a Plains. Let's attack with Mum, one Wisp. No blocks is great for us. I don't mind Wasteland Caracas play our own Thalia. The issue is I can't Flicker Wisp a Skyclave to grab their mum because the triggers go on the stack and it's active player, non-active player. So I believe the Skyclave comes back, active player, non-active player. Maybe actually the mum comes back and then I get to target it with the Skyclave Apparition. I think that's how it works. I believe their mum comes back first. Because when it goes to the end step, you have triggers that go on the stack, and it goes active player, non-active player. Yeah, so when their mum comes back, it's sick, which is good. I'll allow it. I'll allow it. I believe that's correct, and I'm going to put faith into that and play Wisp here. Maybe I should play it actually off the vial. Target this apparition. So now apparition is away and also his mum. And now the triggers go on the stack in the end step and it should be active player, non-active player. So theirs come back first, which is mum. Nice. And now ours comes back. Perfect. And now we take out the mum. Ah, that's what I wanted. That's what I wanted. Ah, that's what I wanted. Nice. That feels good. That feels really good. Haha. Apologies, headphone users. Containment Priest Path. Yeah. Nice. Nice. Prelate can come out. Maybe one more card? Maybe Prelate stays in. Maybe Cataclysm. Maybe there's a world where, knowing that I have Cataclysm in the deck, I can play it a little bit better than my opponent. This is an interesting hand. The Batterskull makes this pretty much a 6. And the question is, would I keep this 6? The issue is that it doesn't have an answer to Mum on the draw. Mum Vial is good. Yeah. Maybe there's some merit to it. We do have 6 removal spells in the deck, but they're hit quite hard against a turn 1 Vial. Sorry, turn 1 Mum. That I kind of feel like I need an answer to it. Otherwise, we're trying to get to that 1 Revoker to name Mother of Runes, which turns off our own, which is pretty rough. We can see how it goes. I mean, I'd love to see a Plains Pass, let's be honest. To see if they like have an answer for Mum. Oh, it is Plains Pass. Oh. Sometimes you're just rewarded. Wasteland, okay. That's gonna be fine. Batterskull's okay. I think that makes me want to Wasteland more than Port, because Port means they can use the mana. But I actually like putting them behind a little bit. Oh, they only had the 1 lander? Okay, that's really nice. They're gonna attack, that's fine. There is some merit here to not playing the Mum and actually putting down Port and porting them in their next turn. So I think I actually am going to do that. I'm going to kind of time walk myself just to make sure this Mum lives, or at least give her the best chance. So I'm not going to use Aether Vial. I'm going to play Port. My opponent's like, what is he? What are they doing? Port on Plains. And then hope they don't draw into another land. Or at least if it is... Well, Priest is actually interesting, but we already have the Vial out. They're going to path their own creature? Interesting. We don't have a way to deal with this. Okay. That's fine by me. This actually incentivizes them to play a 2-drop, which is pretty good. Nice. So this is pretty perfect. They also can't attack with Jide next turn because we have the Wasteland for the port. Nice. We also have the port as well, so yeah, this is looking pretty good. The nice thing about Flickerwisp here as well is that we can hardcast it and have Containment Priest out through the Vial next turn, so the Flickerwisp can flicker a creature and it won't come back. Yeah. I guess they will get down the Batterskull, but we will have Flickerwisp for the Germ. Containment Priest does not exile itself because it doesn't see itself when it comes in for free, in a way. I am going to put it in. I don't think I want to actually, but I will keep it at 2 for now. I can't perma-exile the Batterskull because it's a non-token creature, but I think I want to keep this at 2. No. I guess, yeah, I'm not scared of Jide next turn because I have the Mum, so they can't play Jide, equip it, and also have removal for the Mum. So I'm going to keep this at 2 for now. That's pretty good. Because what this also might achieve is if my opponent has Flickerwisp, they might try to Flickerwisp their own Stoneforge, and then we can put in Containment Priest. And they won't get back the Stoneforge. I guess if they have Flickerwisp, they probably just go for the Batterskull anyway, and reset the Batterskull. Yeah. Okay. Well, they've won the race to the Jet, so I am going to put this in a name Jide. I'm going to keep this at 2 still. Maybe not, because I can hold up... I have 4 mana, so I can port and hold up Containment Priest, so if I draw a 3-drop and put this up to 3, then I'm pretty happy. It's not like I can draw into Stoneforge and swing with Jide this turn because of the Revoker, so I will take this up to 3. Okay, that's pretty good actually. That's really good. Yeah, I think I want to get in a position where I can get an advantage through this Mum, because I think the best thing about Mum and the most scary part of Mum is her activation, not an activated Mum. It's the possibility of Mum being activated that's the scariest. So I want to try to get to a position where I am okay with this. I could see if they have a Containment Priest themselves by activating Vial here, because they might think I have Flickerwisp to save the Karakas here. No. We'll float a mana. And then it's going to go. Okay. It does put us off our own Batterskull for now. This is fine. Now, if they get a Flicker Wisp here, then this Containment Priest is going to be really good. Because if they try to get a chain going, it's not going to work out. Oh, they get their own mum. That's pretty good. Always no. Stoneforge. That's a free attack. Because I'm definitely not blocking with the Flicker Wisp, so. Oh, they have sword? Rough. I guess I couldn't have stopped this anyway because of our own mum. Rough. I think we just run this back. Yeah, I think they have 6 minutes on me or something, which is pretty rough. Maybe I knew about the sword. No. Yes. I'll keep this and bottom the Batter Skull. Doesn't have removal like the first hand, but I'm not going down to 5. I do have some sort of advantage, and I think having Vial and Mum and a Plains is really good. TNT is so bad it loses to TNT. I like that. Okay. I think Stoneforge is just my best draw. Plains. Not the worst. It means they can't wasteland me, which is nice. There's some merit to playing around Containment Priest, which I think is better than playing around like them playing a 2-mana spell and then just not playing like a Source to Plowshares. Maybe that's incorrect. Knowing that they have 4 swords and maybe like 2 path on the side as opposed to maybe 1 Containment Priest. No mum for themselves either, which is interesting. Both have double vial, that's pretty funny. So now I'm going to activate this. Nothing. Alright, tick this up. Plains. Okay, so I think the play is just for upkeep Wisp on Vial. Because Vial on 3 is pretty scary. It stops like Flicker Wisp and also shenanigans from that other card. We can also wasteland the Silent Clearing here, which does at least put them down a mana at worst. It does draw them a card, which is tough, but here I really want to try to get this sword going. I could definitely play the second Vial. That was just a mistake not to. Nice. Always no. Okay. Okay. Nice. Ha. Rough. The first file is always great, the second one can sometimes be okay, but yeah, that's a big yikes. Yep. Interesting. The equip's nice because it means the Jide can't kill the Stoneforge. But they have 4 cards in hand, and I assume they have some number of 3-drops. I think it's 3-3-2 because then you can Recruiter for Flickwisp and also have Flickwisp open. I think Revoker would be best here. Oof. That's interesting, but I don't think it's where I want to be. I mean, we just have to see if this works. I can only assume my opponent has Flickwisp or Skyclave here. But if they don't, it would be pretty funny. Surely nothing? Shoot the Flickwisp and then give it -1/-1? Wow. Huh. Okay. Well, that's huge. I did not see that happening. Gideon's fine. Jide's fine. They have 1 card left. What is this magic? I think here it's 3-3-2 is going to be the best. So 2 go up. And then this one does nothing. Flickwisp 1 time. Recruiter. Skyclave. Ah. Okay. So let's... I think we just attack them. And then use the sword to kill the knight. And then Caracas answers the Gideon if it wants to attack. Ah, of course. Yep. Maybe now it's a case of just... Cataclysming? Keeping the Jide in the Stoneforge? And then they lose the Gideon? I guess because their best out is probably some sort of I think it is relevant because I think their best draw is probably Recruiter into like a chain. So I'd rather them only have access to either a Violent 3 or 1 mana. Yeah, so it kills Gideon, which is nice, but what I could do if I had Gideon is make it a creature and then keep it as my creature with Cataclysm. Yeah, so I think we go for it here. And we keep Plains, Jitte, Stoneforge. They keep Sword, Plains, and Vial? Oh, they keep Sword and Plains. Wow, they didn't put in a creature either. I think they have to keep a Vial just to try to stay alive. Oh, Stoneforge will die from mark damage. Ah, that's correct. Yeah, I should have pumped it first. Oh no. Oh no. That's a great point, and I did not pick that up. That is a really good point. Oh, that's point of the week. That's a big whoops. That's a big whoops. Okay, just a Caracas. That's not too bad. This is where magic is intended. Come on, Stoneforge Mystic, Flagstones. Okay. Oh no. Oh, don't 5. Oh, okay. This is pretty good. They get Skyclave, yeah. That deals with Jitte. Oh no. I didn't even think to look at the creature and look at mark damage. If they have Flicker Wisp, I do get a little bit shunned by using this now, but I just don't want to take the damage. Yeah. Now they put this in, and I'm probably happy just to trade the 1-for-1. Now you exile this. At least we have 3 mana, which is great, because now we can cast pretty much anything we draw into. I'm going to play Caracas in case they have some sort of legendary creature still in the deck. But I feel like their top decks might be a little bit better than ours. I guess we don't have Vials to draw into. They don't either. Oh, nothing. Okay. Oh, Canopy's a live draw. Oh, yes. Go, go, go. 4 minutes. Yes. Batterskull. Nice. Oh, no. No. Ah, no! At least we can make land drops, I guess. Wasteland's pretty good. Go, go, go. Port's probably better here. I can port down the Caracas in case I draw something. I guess this can't actually take out Batterskull because it's 4 or less. Oh, Mum's so good. Mum's really good. Alright. Guess we can play it. Stoneforge is good. But we can keep them off it with Port and Wasteland, which is nice. Ooh. Everything's eaten, but we can attack first. Because I don't think they will block. Ooh. Okay. Hit this. Stoneforge. There is nothing correct. Yeah, unfortunately. Play this. Pass. Upkeep. We're going to tap down this. 3 minutes. Yeah, at least it's a creature. Come on, removal spell. Ooh, okay. This is fine. Alright. They have 3 cards. They have 3 cards. Okay. But now they get their own Batterskull because they have 2 mana. And we can't really port them off both. I guess we can draw into our own Flicker Wisp, which would be pretty good. We haven't drawn into one yet, which can hit their token. Oh! Oh, I can't take out the germ. Oh, it's non-token. No! I think it's just taking out their Skyclave, so they can't use it as a resource. But that's a tough one. Oh no, they have the Flicker Wisp. Ah, yeah. Throne. That's on me. That's rough. But they were good games. They were really enjoyable games, which is what it's all about, so tough. Chat peer pressure strikes. No, it's fine. No white mana. Gonna send this back. I'll keep this, but I'm a little bit skeptical. I'm gonna drop 1 spirit. Maybe it's actually 1 Skyclave just to make sure I can keep a low curve in case I don't draw into a 3rd mana. We also have Flicker Wisp for the 2nd version of it, so... Oh no. Oh no, this hand is awful. This hand is awful. Oh no. Oh no. I don't think I had the time to win within the time that I had, unfortunately. Wow, no mum. Okay. At least I get to get rid of the Aether Vial. I guess the port's really good. Oh, they're gonna play something. Huh. Please play Thalia. Surely port's better here. They're gonna play Thalia. Okay. Means they have Stoneforge, but pretty happy to take them off this vial. Going for Batterskull is interesting. It's a free attack with the Thalia. What do I like doing here? I think it's just second spirit, and then next turn we can flicker the Batterskull Germ, which isn't great, but it's something. We could have even drawn to Caracas and then swing for a bunch. So here we get to tap them off planes. They're thinking if they want to use their Swords to Plowshares. Probably don't really need to. I think your swords are so good in this matchup that you can't just throw them away willy-nilly. You got to keep them for the key moments. The Jide attacks, the Mother of Runes. I mean, if they swords like a Skyclave here to get a 1/1 or a Spirited Labyrinth that isn't really relevant, I'd be more than happy. Interesting. Jide, okay. I think putting my opponent off a second white is more important. Than playing the Vial. It's pretty good. Guess we can draw into Jide? No. It's like 10 planes we've drawn. I don't think there's any reason to continue that game. Contempt Priest and Path. Council's Judgment. It might just be the Thalias we take out. I guess the Cataclysm is better than the Prelate. Especially when I know that it's coming. I can kind of set up for it a little bit better. A lot of D&T. Don't usually play against D&T online. Definitely should have played Maverick. Skyclave is very interesting in the mirror. Especially knowing when to deal with it. Because your opponent could have something like their own Flicker Wisp. I'll keep this because the double mum. And even just Vial into Port is so good. Hey Ravenous Panda, welcome. Another Vial's okay. At least it means this mum is coming down. Now we get to untap, and with the trigger on the stack, I'm going to activate it. Put in this mum. And then tick this up. And now I can play Wasteland and Port. And maybe even get to a situation where I can revoke their vials and just try to get the board in my favor that way. Vial on 3 is really nice. Canopy, not so much. Interesting, they can use their Port to tap down my colorless source. Didn't see that happening. The question here is, do I want to reset this vial? And I kind of want to, because the upside of me drawing into something next turn to attack this Flicker Wisp with is pretty huge. Like during Jide is pretty fantastic. And also just keeping them off a 3-drop for now. Also gives me a draw step to find Phyrexian Revoker, which is only a one-of, but it can come up. So the Hail Mary is kind of like this. Vial comes in. There's also thought to keeping them off a second white so they can't sort of like get a Flicker Wisp and flicker this Recruiter now. I assume you just get Flicker Wisp and then flicker your own Recruiter for value. Getting Stoneforge, interesting. Pretty big. Okay. I guess Wasteland keeps them off the Port. I can play the Vial. I can still have Port up here, and then I can attack for 3 in the air. I guess I can attack with both, and pretty happy to attack with both, and then give the Spirit Pro white. And then just have 1 mum up. Just to get 6 damage in. Hey, Ernby. This is not a rerun, no. I think I played against the Yorion version on my YouTube channel last night. But yeah, run into it a few times now. This is the second league we've played tonight, and I think I've run into it 3 or 4 times already in 7 matchups, which is pretty crazy. I really miss a card like Walking Ballista in the 75. Ballista's a pretty nice kind of mirror breaker, especially against other opposing mums. Alright, I guess we get like 1 draw here to try to find something to answer the Jide, or else we get nothing. Okay, that's actually pretty good. Surely they have a Flicker Wisp to flicker out their own Jide. Yeah. Unfortunately, that's just game. I don't think we have a way out of that. Yeah. I'm going to call it there because I kind of want to get my steps in before the night finishes. And I do want to take a break. But I will finish this probably on Sunday morning. A huge thank you to you guys for coming in and watching. My name is Dukes on Twitch. You can find me on YouTube at Dukes on Twitch. Here, you can find me at Twitter. Wish me luck. I have 7,000 steps to do in half an hour. So thank you very much. Enjoy your weekends. I'm going to quickly find someone on Twitch who is also streaming Legacy. Always happy to chat if you want to find me in the Legacy Maverick Discord as well. Let's raid Mode Panda. Nice. Thank you very much. Yeah, we'll see you next time.